Mike. Good morning, everybody. Everybody here in the Shrine Room and everybody on YouTube. Welcome to Padmasambhava Day Festival. So let's start off by saluting the three jewels. In call and response. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Namah. Namo Namah. Om. Om. Hum. Oh, it's so nice to see your faces this morning. As I said, welcome to Padmasambhava Day Festival. So we're just going to start off with a brief introduction to what we're going to be doing today. And then I'll lead us in a meditation practice to help us arrive into the day, into this space, and arrive together. So after the meditation, we're going to have a talk by Dayanandi, which I'm very excited about. Oh, just to say, my name is Lilasuri. Be good to introduce myself, wouldn't it? And this is Dayanandi here, who's going to give a talk. And the talk is entitled Padmasambhava Meetings and Transformation. So, I'm very excited about this because one of my kind of reasons for having a devotional practice to the Guru is because of Dayanandi's influence. So I'm very pleased to be hearing from her. And then we're going to have a silent break. So we're going to have a couple of silent breaks today. And the reason for that is because we want to try and keep some kind of space for reflection and for going deeper. So we're going to be, in the day, doing this through a meditation, doing this through understanding more about the Guru's teachings and through talks. So it's just a possibility just to stay connected to practice, to any inspiration, anything that's coming up for you. So we'll have a silent break about 11:30, then we'll come into a section where we'll be reading, we'll be sharing some readings from Darkini teachings. So I won't say more about that, but again, that'll be very reflective and meditative. And there will be an opportunity to share your experience as well, maybe in pairs. Then we'll have lunch at 1:00 for an hour. That won't be silent, so you can chat away as much as you like. But of course, if you want to maintain silence, please do. Just, trying to find somewhere in the centre, just to have a bit of silence if you wish. Then we'll come back, and then we've got some personal talks. So I just went like this, because for me it's like, personal talks just feel really exciting, actually, hearing more about people's experience of the Dharma, their experience of the Guru, just hearing more about people's practices. So we've got Susanna, we've got Siva Bodhi, and we've got Siva Devi. So very much looking forward to them. And then we'll have another break, and then we're then going to chant the Padmasambhava mantra 108 times. So if you've ever chanted for a long period of time, you will know, it isn't over and done within a few minutes. It'll take about 20, 25 minutes, something like that. But again, it's kind of really moving us into this realm of reflection, going deeper, just really trying to come into contact with, maybe some kind of stillness. And also kind of the overarching theme of the day is we've entitled it Open Heart, Radiant Mind. So there's something about this, that heart can open when we give a bit of space for that. So we'll be doing mantra, accompanied by drums, which Effie will be offering, which again, very excited about that. And then we'll end on a puja. Okay, and we will finish at 4:30. I know some of the adverts have said 5:00, but it'll be 4:30. Yeah, okay. Okay then, so let's settle into a meditation practice. So this practice is a little bit of a visualization of the guru, but also a grounding practice just to help us arrive and be present. So this will be, maybe about 15 minutes, something like that. So settling into your posture. Bringing awareness to the contact the body has with the earth. And I'm going to chant the 7-line invocation to Padmasambhava. So I'll do that in Tibetan and in English. So the 7-line invocation is an invitation for the Guru to be here, be alongside us in our practice. Om Again Yoji Nupchang Sam Pema Geza Dong Bola Ya Sing Choji Nop Trune Pema Jong Ne Se Sutrak Kotu Kandro Mangpoko Keki Dresu Drak Trupki Jingji Lop Shishe Suso Guru Pema Siddhi Hong. Hong. To the northwest in the land of Urgian, on the calyx of a lotus flower. O wondrous, the highest siddhi has been attained. Thus Padmasambhava declares, O you who are encircled with an entourage of darkinis, following your example will I work. You must come here to give me your blessing. Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. With this invocation, welcoming the Guru to this day, welcoming the Guru to our heart. Maybe creating a little more space in the heart for today. Space maybe filled with curiosity. Maybe a space in the heart that's open to the unknown. Willingness to step in. Willingness to let go. And then within this heart, you might imagine the blue sky, vast blue sky. And then within this blue sky is the image of the Guru, Padmasambhava. In his left hand, a skull cup of the great bliss of Shunyata. The three-pronged trident, the Kapvanga, in the crook of his left arm. And the right hand holding a golden Vajra. And upon his head is a red lotus cap with a vulture feather. You can see he's wearing the red robes of the Mahayana. And on his face, a wrathful smile. And at the Guru's heart is the symbol hung, blazing blue, radiating out in all directions. Radiating endless, fearless compassion. We might like to imagine that our heart is radiating towards the Guru's heart. The hung within ourselves is meeting the Guru's. And as we sit here, basking in the awareness of the Guru Padmasambhava, making contact with his fearless compassion, compassion for all beings. Within this compassion is also deep wisdom. Maybe we could feel that wisdom within the heart. This wisdom that knows we can go beyond self-clinging. That is beyond the limitations and concepts. So throughout this day, this festival day, this devotion day to the Guru, you can always connect to the heart, to compassion, wisdom. I know that's a direct link to the Guru. Well, hopefully you can feel like he's here. I feel like he's definitely arrived. Even if, your kind of awareness of Padmasambhava is here on the shrine. So hopefully you'll enjoy the shrine, and at any point, just feel free to come and take a look at what's on there. So, going to move now towards our talk from Dayanandi. So I'd just like to introduce Dayanandi, say a few words. So I've known Dayanandi for, probably as long as I've been coming to the centre, really, for about 15 years. And Dayanandi has always been, for me, one of the most compassionate people I've ever come across. And there's something about Dayanandi, her compassion just feels very guru-like, as in it's very effortless. Dayanandi definitely has an abundance of compassion. And I remember when I was looking for a preceptor, when I was training for ordination, I just knew I really wanted to ask Dayanandi, because I just thought I couldn't think of anybody better to help me on this ordination journey than her. But I was so nervous as well asking her, because she had this larger than life sense of compassion that I just felt quite overwhelmed. I remember very nervously asking her, "Will you be my preceptor?" And she said, "Oh yeah, I'm sure that'll be okay. I need to ask my chapter, but you seem pretty straightforward, so I think that's okay." And that's another thing I really love about Dayanandi. She's got a fantastic sense of humour. She's very playful and quite mischievous as well, actually. So, yeah, she's lots of good fun to be around. She's also very creative. She's writing a book at the moment, her second book, might I add, about Bhante and his teachers. And I know she's just getting so much delight from doing the research and exploring more of this area of Bhante's life. And I think that kind of points a lot to what Dayanandi offers the wider movement as well. Dayanandi's been around the movement for 40 years, yeah. 45 years, yeah. So obviously, she's... So she's a real treasure for us, and we're very lucky that she's in Manchester. So, so it's a delight to hand over to Dayanandi, which I'll do now. If you would like to take the throne here with the microphone, that would be great. If we give her a round of applause.
Lilasuri is very playful as well. Let me know if you can't hear me. How's that sounding at the back? And great. Hello on YouTube. There's the camera. If anybody's out there, can't tell. Yes. So, yes, happy Padmasambhava Day. When I was starting to write the talk, I was reflecting on, how come we celebrate Padmasambhava? He's like, we don't have a day for like Tara or Amitabha or Avalokiteshvara, some of the other wonderful great bodhisattvas, but we have a day for Padmasambhava. And in a way, it's a little bit mysterious. I'm not totally sure why we do, except that everybody really loves it. But one reason I can very much think of is that Bhante had a very strong connection with Padmasambhava. Bhante Sangharakshita, the founder of our movement, very strong connection with him. So I think that's one of the reasons. And maybe the other reason is because we need Padmasambhava. So I'm going to say a bit more about that as in the talk itself. We need something like Padmasambhava to ignite our depths. I suppose that's a short way of putting it, to sort of help us contact with our hearts and our depths. I think that's what he's done for me in my life. And yes, so when Bhante came back from India, I'm going to say a little bit about Bhante's connection with Padmasambhava and how he met Padmasambhava in a minute. But when he came back from India, having met Padmasambhava and meditated on Padmasambhava as well, he spoke about the Guru in a very inspiring way, and I think that really ignited something in people. Actually, the Padmasambhava festivals we had quite a while ago were some of them very, very dramatic. And people used to dress up as Padmasambhava and dress up as the Darkanese, and people made these amazing, very, very wonderful costumes and enacted the stories of Padmasambhava. At the London Buddhist Centre, I remember going there and seeing that. So that there was quite a lot of energy went into those festivals. And so, yeah, I think there's a bit of a love-hate thing. Some people really don't really get Padmasambhava, but other people really love Padmasambhava. And there isn't always a lot in between, I don't think. It's interesting. So, yes. I think the Padmasambhava Festival has a different flavour from the other festivals as well, probably because of Padmasambhava himself. There's you can see the images of Padmasambhava on the shrine. There's a sort of very sort of mythic, symbolic quality, very rich. He has these richly adorned robes. We've got a lovely, very ancient tanka that we brought from downstairs on the wall here, which it's lost a lot of its colour, I think, but you can still see the robes are very richly adorned. He doesn't wear plain garments. He wears like layers of colourful garments, and embroidered garments. It's got this sort of rich, symbolic, mythic, otherworldly quality to him. But also something very human. He was a historical figure, so he was a human being. I actually like that about him. For me, he bridges the historic, the actual human being, and the transcendental. He sort of embodies that in himself, which in a way is what we are all trying to do ourselves. So I think he's very an inspiration in that way. So I think possibly the first, or one of the very first times I actually saw or met an image of Padmasambhava, I was in my little community in London. I was a mitra about 40 years ago. It wasn't that long before I was ordained, actually. And a friend of mine who was an order member had this really beautiful image of him, and it was a red background. It's a little bit like the one downstairs, but it had a rather stronger image. Beautiful red background, and then gold. His figure was drawn in gold, and his face was so beautiful, very, very sweet smile. Sometimes he looks quite sort of angry, and his brows are sort of knitted, but this one, he was just looking straight at you, very, very beautiful, sweet smile. Anyway, I remember walking into her room to get something for her. And as I walked past the image, I had this distinct impression that it looked at me. And I sort of did a bit of a double take. And I went and got the thing, and I came back, and I sort of cautiously looked at it. And it was like it was looking straight at me in my heart somehow. It's funny how an image can do that, isn't it? But anyway, that's what happened. So it felt that he went right into my heart straight away. And I remember creeping back into the room a few times to look at it. Other times, and it wasn't always quite so alive as that. So when I was ordained, I didn't take the Padmasambhava practice, meditation practice, but I took the Green Tara practice, which maybe I'll come on to a bit later on. But sometime after my ordination, I did then begin to meditate on Padmasambhava. And the reason I did that was that I don't know, I sort of admired the energy about him, the sort of dynamic, sort of strong energy about him. And I wanted to be more like that. I felt I was too gentle, a bit too calm, a bit too quiet. I wanted to be a bit more sort of dynamic. And so I was doing this sort of prostration practice to him and meditating on him and trying to sort of connect with that sort of energy that he has. But what happened was something quite different. I became more and more gentle. I sort of became more and more deeply loving, I think. I connected with his love and his compassion. And this sort of wrathful thing didn't happen at all. It was a bit like trying to be somebody else, isn't it? And actually, he was reflecting me back, well, you're going to be you, and you're going to be even more you than you already are. And so it was, I felt like I was sort of falling in love with him a bit. But it was my own heart that was coming out, and that's what was really needed, actually. It was to connect with my heart. It wasn't to be some other sort of energetic person. Not that I'm not energetic. I hasten to have the odd bit of energy from time to time. But connecting with my heart was the transforming thing. And that sort of direct gaze he had, it felt more like, rather than it being a sort of semi-wrathful sort of gaze, it was like a more of a sort of really looking at me. He was really, really interested, and he really wanted to meet me. He was really paying attention. And you can sort of, it's a nice thing to do actually, to pick up an image of Padmasambhava, just look at it, look at his eyes for a good chunk of time, so see what happens. So yeah, he's associated with transformation. He's sometimes thought of as a bodhisattva of transformation. And I think he does that he transforms us by helping us become more ourselves, more truly who we really are. He doesn't transform us into him or anything different. And that takes fearlessness, doesn't it, to become who we really are. It's what we're most afraid of, probably. I didn't want to become quieter and more gentle. It's connected with the heart. Somehow is scary. I want to tell you now about Bhante's connection with Padmasambhava. And he had not come across Padmasambhava before he went to India. When he went to India, he was only about 19 or something. When he joined, he had to joined up with the army. But 2 years later, his first teacher, Jagdish Kashyap, took him to the town of Kalimpong in the foothills of the Himalayas. It's northeast India. Very sort of smallish sort of town, but it was actually at the edge of near the borders with Sikkim and Tibet. So when the Chinese invasion of Tibet happened and the monasteries were destroyed, a lot of the Tibetan lamas came through and stayed in Kalimpong, and Bhante had the chance to meet them. But also there was quite a what's the word? A sort of community of, I think they're called Tamang Buddhists, who were living in the area already, and they had their own monastery. And so yes, so this is the story of Padmasambhava coming into Bhante's life. It's from his memoirs, The Precious Teachers, a book called Precious Teachers. I do not remember when or where I first heard the name of Padmasambhava, the great Indian scholar and yogi. Yeah, he's actually Indian and went to Tibet. He was not Tibetan himself, but the great Indian scholar and yogi who in the 8th century of the Christian era, I think CE means Christian era, doesn't it? Yes. Was the Common Era. Common Era. Oh, thank you. God, sorry about that. The 8th century of the Common Era was mainly responsible for the initial dissemination of Buddhism in Tibet. He was the founder of the Nyingma tradition, and about whose extraordinary personality there soon gathered a mighty corpus of myth and legend. I do, however, remember when and where I first saw a representation of Padmasambhava. It was not a picture I saw, but an image, and I saw it in Darjeeling in the Tamang Buddhist Gompa, towards the end of my first year in the Eastern Himalayas. I had not seen a Nyingma temple before, and I did not know quite what to expect. As I entered the temple, all the greater was the shock, therefore, when I saw in front of me, 3 or 4 times larger than life, the mighty sedent figure of the semi-legendary founder and inspirer of the Nyingma tradition. A skull cup in his left hand, a staff topped with skulls in the crook of his left arm, and the celebrated wrathful smile on his mustached face. All this I took in instantly, together with the lotus hat, the richly embroidered robes, and the much smaller flanking figures of his 2 consorts, one Tibetan and one Nepalese. Having taken it in, I felt that it had always been there, and that in seeing the figure of Padmasambhava, I had become conscious of a spiritual presence that had in fact been with me all the time. Though I had never seen the figure of Padmasambhava before, it was familiar to me in a way that no other figure on earth was familiar and fascinating. It was familiar as my own self, yet at the same time infinitely mysterious, infinitely wonderful, and infinitely inspiring. Familiar, mysterious, wonderful, and inspiring it was to remain. Indeed, from then on, the precious Guru was to occupy a permanent place in my inner spiritual world, even as it played a prominent part in the spiritual life and imagination of the entire Himalayan region. So a very, very strong meeting Bhante had with Padmasambhava. Tiny bit like my glimpse of the eyes looking at me in my friend's room, but rather much more monumental scale. And obviously a turning point in Bhante's life, I would say, in his spiritual life, that meeting with Padmasambhava. He says, he goes on to say, he reflects, in other words, that magical figure had activated at a very deep level a part of me that hitherto had lain dormant and unrecognized. That's quite a thought, isn't it? That magical figure had activated at a very deep level a part of me that had hitherto lain dormant and unrecognized. So that's the potential in meeting Padmasambhava. He goes to the depths. So Bhante had really let the precious Guru in. He'd let him in, and the experience had deeply changed him. I actually found it really interesting to think of Bhante at that time. He was only 26, I think, about 26, and he was a novice. He'd been ordained as a novice in the Theravadan order, so he would be wearing these yellow robes of the Theravadan monk, and he'd been in India a couple of years trying to find out about Buddhism, really trying to meet a Buddhist Sangha. But he was really, really young, and when he first got to Kalimpong, when his teacher Jagdish Kashyap took him there and sort of dumped him there, in a sense, went off, and he said, work here for the good of Buddhism. And in his memoirs, Bhante says something like, I'd never been alone in my life before. He'd never been alone in his life. In a way, he's very young. He's a strong character, but he was still very, very young. But he was not hidebound by the order he'd been ordained into. He was very open-minded. That's what strikes me about this. He was strong enough a character to be very open-minded and not sort of caught up in the rites and rituals of the Theravadan type of Buddhism. He was just open to experience, really, which very much, I think, is a key factor in his character. There's a sort of complete open-mindedness there, sensitivity as well. Yep. Yes, because at that point he hadn't met any of the Tibetan lamas. He'd only read really about the Vajrayana Buddhism, but he hadn't come across it embodied in any people at all. And so he contacted a deep sense of familiarity with Padmasambhava. It's almost like something in his being woke up, didn't it? And felt like it had always known this spiritual reality that Padmasambhava was. sort of quite exciting. It's something that we can all do. We can all go there, and we all will go there in our lives, in our spiritual lives. Yeah, Bhante's confidence to meet the unknown. I find that very moving, actually. Yeah, just to go into the unknown. I mean, later he does meet a whole series of very inspiring Tibetan teachers and lamas, and my talk initially had been going to be about those, but I didn't have space in the end to talk about them, so that had to be another talk at some time, because I'm writing this book about the Tibetan teachers, or Bhante's 8 main teachers, 5 of whom were Tibetan, and 5 of them were from the school that Padmasambhava set up in whenever it was, 800, something like that. Anyway, centuries ago. 5 of his teachers were from the Nyingma tradition, which Padmasambhava had founded. Yeah. And I think the thing was, there was something in common between Bhante and Padmasambhava as well. I mean, maybe Bhante he recognized something about them. And as he came to know Padmasambhava's history, I think that would have come out more. But the thing was, Padmasambhava was 2 things. He was a great guru and a great teacher. Obviously very, very adept at sort of feeling his way into someone's being and psyche and knowing how to help them make the next step in their spiritual lives, what it was needed. Very intuitive like that, and I think Bhante was very much like that. He was very alive to, open to whatever he found in people. So he was a great guru, and Bhante became a great guru. But Padmasambhava brought Buddhism to a new culture. He was the main reason that Buddhism took root in Tibet, which I'll say a little bit about in a minute. And in a way, Bhante brought Buddhism to a new culture too. He brought it initially to the UK, where there was a tiny bit of Buddhism, but it really wasn't rooted, and was very, very sort of small and struggling. So they both had the work of sort of, I think Bhante thinks of himself as well as a sort of translator, translating what was initially an Eastern-based religion to a more universal one for all cultures. And his teachings, he was very much trying to do that. And Padmasambhava was translating from India, because he was trained in India, to the Tibetan culture. So they were both translators. So they had quite a bit in common in a way, in that way. Both got that sort of strong energy of transformation, I think. And they were, both meeting and transforming, or attempting to transform the opposing forces of the cultures they came into, the forces which didn't really want the spiritual life to manifest, which is quite a revolutionary thing, a spiritual life in an ordinary culture, because it's not, it goes against consumerism, it goes against materialism, it goes against bias and nationalism, it goes against all those isms, the spiritual life. And so when it maybe comes into a culture, there can be a reaction, as we'll see with Tibet. So a little bit about Padmasambhava as a historical figure then. Just a little bit of history. So Bhante initially would have known very little about Padmasambhava's life story, and in a way there isn't very much known about his life story. There are sort of some records of his life, and there's also a very 2-volume mythical symbolic biography, which is quite strange, to say the least, and it takes quite a bit of. It's very weird and wonderful. Then it plunges into some amazing teachings, and it goes weird and wonderful again. So you're not quite sure what part of reality you're in. But it does seem as though he was a human being, and a very amazing human being. There's a talk Bhante gave in 1972. He talks a bit about Padmasambhava's history. But he was born in northeastern India, Padmasambhava, in an area called Udayana, which is famed for its tantric Buddhist practice, or it was. And he was apparently the son of a king. So in the legend, it said he was born on a lotus flower. which is what his name means. Padmasambhava means born. Sambhava is like beautifully born, and Padma something like lotus. So you sort of get sort of sense of, is he springing out of a lotus, or is he lying on a lotus? Or it seems as though anyway the local king, he was found on a lotus at any rate, or he was found and he was adopted by the local king. But it's as though he came out of something very beautiful. So he was found and adopted, but he gave up he could have been either a king or a prince, but he gave all that up and became a great a monk, and then a great tantric adept. Became a wandering yogi over a period of time, and he was a very great meditator. He sort of plunged into the depths, but he combined that with also being a great scholar. So he was renowned for his skill at debate, and won over. They had in India, there was very famous for debates, aren't they? He won over a whole series of I'm not quite sure what they were. People from different religions, Hindus, Brahmins, or to Buddhism through his knowledge and his skill with debate. He studied at Nalanda, which was the great monastic university in North India. So he's sort of a good all-round practitioner. But he also, after he'd studied at Nalanda, he went back to Udayana, where the tantric practitioners were, and meditated in caves and cremation grounds for years on end. Meditated with the Dayanandis, it's said, who could be real-life female practitioners, yoginis, or spirits, of embodying a sort of wild, freeing energy that the Dayanandis. So he was taught by the Dayanandis, and he taught them himself. It also sounds like that's the story. He's very much involved in the cremation ground, sort of meeting impermanence, meeting reality. Apparently, it was quite a big thing in those days to meditate in the cremation ground. There were cremation grounds, which we don't really have tons of those over here. You could actually go to these places and sit with some bones and reflect on the reality of the human body is not permanent. Anyway, he eventually gained enlightenment. That's to cut a long story short. Gained enlightenment and he was very well known as a practitioner and a teacher in northern India. But he was invited to Tibet, where the chief abbot from Nalanda, who was called Shantarakshita, had been invited to set up Buddhism, to sort of bring Buddhism to Tibet. And he decided to do that by establishing a monastery which was called Samye, as a sort of basis for that. And he was teaching very beautifully, as Bhante said, mindfulness and meditation and ethics. You're not here? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, so, but is this working okay? Yeah. But it seems as though his method of teaching, although it was very good appealed to the Indian mind, it didn't seem to appeal to the Tibetan mind. It certainly didn't appeal to the Tibetan gods and demons who created a lot of havoc. So there was a whole building project going on, and they were trying to build this new monastery. And the story goes that they were building during the day, but at the night time, the demons and the gods were taking apart what they'd built. And so when they came in the morning to continue the work, they found it had all been sort of ransacked, and so they're having to start again. Now that could be a sort of symbolic thing, or it could be an actual thing. Basically there was no progress being made for the Dharma to enter Tibet or become rooted in Tibet. And so Shantarakshita said, well, we need to call on Padmasambhava. He was a great tantric adept and also strong. He had very deep, strong psychic powers, as well as being a great guru. So, cutting a long story short, Padmasambhava came and he sort of confronted the demons and the gods of Tibet, and he won them over, and so that they actually became, their energies became as protectors of the Dharma, rather than as opposing the Dharma. and that was one of his very strong qualities, was really his quality of being able to see into the depths of like what a demon is and what a demon needs, and sort of just meet that and give it what it needed and turn it round, so it could be part of the project rather than against it. So he didn't use logic on the demons or brute force, but communication, intuition, and wisdom, I think. And anyway, apparently in about 18 months, he may have only been in Tibet for 18 months or so. That's what they say. It might have been longer. It's hard to say. But some say only 18 months, and his work was done, and then the Dharma carried on being growing in Tibet. And actually, when you think about Tibet now, well, obviously it's gone through a whole phase, but after the Dharma was virtually wiped out in India, it was mainly in Tibet where the teachings were kept alive, and they kept them alive in Tibet for, however long it was, hundreds, thousands of years, and then of course that's been crushed and wiped out. So it's so important to keep the Dharma alive, isn't it, wherever we are? And now we are in the West. We have that responsibility ourselves to keep the Dharma alive by practicing it and by talking about it and by passing it on. And that's what, I guess it's the nature of life, isn't it, that things rise and then they fall. But, Padmasambhava has come to the West. There was that prophecy, I think, about the Padmasambhava maybe, when the iron birds fly in the sky, the Dharma will come to the West. And certainly, I think Padmasambhava flew over with the iron birds. He came to. Yeah, so he was a human being, but he was so impressive a person, apparently overwhelmingly impressive. Had such a beneficial effect that he was very, very soon seen or thought of as a bodhisattva, and on a sort of archetypal level, almost a mythical level. And Kachi Rinpoche, who is the teacher from whom Bhante received the Padmasambhava initiation, Bhante was saying that the way he saw Padmasambhava was not just as a historical person, nor even a figure of myth and legend. He was a spiritual reality. A spiritual reality. Yeah. In a sense, I think we're all spiritual realities. But it's our job, isn't it, to become a really powerful spiritual reality as much as we can. But Padmasambhava transcended time and space. His spiritual force that was his energy is alive, and I think many of us can sort of feel that at times, in a glance. Yes, so we're going to hear now a little extract of Bhante talking from a talk he gave in 1979. It was about the aspect of Padmasambhava as the subduer of demons, the demons in oneself and in the world. And I was actually at this talk in 1979. I was very, very a total newcomer. I'd been coming along a few months. I remember walking into the room, and I hadn't seen Bhante before, and I hadn't heard a Dharma talk before, and it was like transfixing. And quite a lot of the time, I felt I hadn't got a clue what they were talking about. And other times, it felt like Bhante was talking just to me, personally to me. It's like everything just fell away, and even though I sort of didn't know what he was talking about, it was a very strong feeling, a little bit like Padmasambhava's looking at me, actually. So I have a heartfelt response to this talk, even though I didn't really understand much of it. So, we're going to hear an extract that Pekshapri has got ready for us, I think. Just a few minutes.
So Padmasambhava represents this what we might call a radical transformation. To begin with, yes, we do have a sort of idea. We have a sort of vision of the spiritual life. And in the light of that vision, we try to grow. But sooner or later, we have to contact all those deeper, profounder, more primordial energies within ourselves and incorporate them too into our spiritual life and our spiritual quest. Only then will our spiritual life be really rich and really growing. and not based upon tension, not based upon struggle all the time. And we need to do much the same sort of thing within the world. It's not that the world is bad, it's not that the world is evil, it's not that the world is wrong. It's simply that the world's energies, or the energies which are the world, so-called, are misguided. They've got to be redirected. They've got to be guided in the right direction. So transformation of life, transformation of world, as we saw in those talks some time ago on the Sutra of Golden Light. This also is an aspect of the message, so to speak, of Padmasambhava. So today and this evening, as we celebrate, and let's hope we really celebrate Padmasambhava's Day, let's bear in mind all these sort of things. Let's try to realize that the spiritual life is essentially, one might say, integrally, a process of subjugation and incorporation and integration and transfiguration of all the, as it were, grosser but very powerful and potentially very rich energies of our own consciousness, the collective unconscious even of humanity, as well as of the world in general. If we think of the spiritual life in this way, we shall arrive at a sort of very heroic conception of the spiritual life. A spiritual life is not a running away. A spiritual life is a facing of these energies, a facing of these forces, these potencies, a subjugating of them, a transforming of them, and, if you like, even a dragging along of them by the hair, if necessary, along the path of the spiritual life. But eventually you won't need to drag them, they'll sort of willingly go along with you, and as it were, melt into your being and reinforce your energies with theirs, because ultimately they are you, and their energies are your energies. So this is the sort of thing that we have to do. We have to sort of think of ourselves as living in a sort of world of these rather scattered energies, and we just have to sort of claim them and collect them and bring them together and incorporate them into the spiritual life, into the life of the spiritual community, so that our individual spiritual lives can be reinforced and the collective, as it were, spiritual life of the spiritual community also be reinforced. So we have to go out in various directions, as it were. And this is what we do with our centres, with our communities, with our co-ops. They're all ways of contacting different aspects of life and transforming them, transfiguring them. Because this is essentially what our whole movement is all about. It's a sort of transforming and transfiguring agency. It's not simply a Buddhist movement in the narrow sense. It's not even a spiritual movement in the narrow sense. It's a stream of spiritual energy, you might say, which transforms, or which seeks to transform and transfigure everything and everyone with whom and with which it comes into contact. So this is what Padmasambhava did. He encountered a god, transformed it. Encountered a demon, transformed it. Encountered a Darkini, transformed her. So this is the sort of thing that we must do. Allow ourselves to be in contact with these energies, yes. Well, if we're strong enough, that is. Not flee from them. Allow ourselves to be in contact with them, especially the deeper energies within our own selves, and transform them, and then go forward along the path with renewed energy, renewed strength, and renewed inspiration.
Thank you, Bhante. So my last section, a little bit about Padmasambhava, the Guru, in relation to us, really. So, in Tibet he's often called Guru Rinpoche, which means precious Guru, or precious teacher. And Bhante talks about Padmasambhava as being the archetypal Guru as well. So I was thinking, what is a Guru? Bhante's always said he's not a Guru, or he doesn't think of himself as a Guru, but Padmasambhava, a Guru. So a Guru is someone who, this is my words, someone who helps us to find our path. And he does this by getting to know us, or rather by helping us get to know ourselves. Maybe that's the ideal Kalyana Mitra or Guru, helping us helps us to get to know ourselves, because actually sometimes we've lost ourselves. I've certainly if I'd ever found myself, I'd lost myself. I was lost. I think we're often a bit lost when we come across the Dharma, aren't we? And what we've often lost is our heart, our sense that it's okay to be who we are, and also our connection to really what's most important. Technology. It's the impermanence of technology as well, actually. Is that working now? I can't quite hear that yet. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Yes, what's important in life, in our beings. We can get caught up in doing, which is something I can get caught up in, just doing stuff, planning, being busy, all the things of life. We can get caught up in our heads, can't we? Our rational minds, trust our rational minds, but not trust our hearts, not trust our depths. Maybe we don't feel an awareness of depths, except for maybe the odd uncomfortable twinge of something that happens. Yeah, I guess it may not seem a problem in itself. We can keep on living in that way, getting on with doing things and doing good things, doing things well, with maybe a little bit of a sense of a sort of gap that we're not quite plummeting into. But the thing is, if we keep on ignoring deep forces in ourselves over time, pay no attention to their needs, at some point they will probably cause us some trouble. They'll rebel. And that's what we think. That's what Padmasambhava thinks of as a demon. We think of as a demon. So that instead of something being a very positive energy, it becomes an obstruction, a demon. And yeah, so I was thinking this can show up in our daily lives. In fact, obstructions, obstacles. I suspect we may all have come across the odd obstacle in our spiritual lives. A time when, even though we think we are inspired by the Dharma, we understand what we're doing, we think it's a very good idea, but still we don't always seem to be able to practice it like we feel we ought to be able to, or that we'd like to be able to. And for example, we're quite excited by the idea of meditation and transformation, but when it comes to the time to meditate, we aren't quite so sure. Not right now, anyway. Can't find the motivation. So we feel bored and we really don't want to practice. So what's happening then? What's going on? It's interesting to know, isn't it? Bhante always used to say that boredom was a very, very helpful. If you feel bored, that's a clue that there's something not happening, and that's something that thing could happen. So it's an interesting time to be aware of what's going on. I was thinking we might suddenly find ourselves feeling hugely excited by a trip to IKEA instead of going on a day retreat, or having a glass of wine by the telly instead of doing a puja or talking to a friend. It's just interesting, isn't it? We're only human, aren't we, after all? But I think it's good to notice these things and think, well, what is going on? What is going on? But it's a sign that our depths are not playing along, are they, with our visions and our inspirations and our plans and our ideas. Our depths have not been consulted. They've not been spoken to. They've not been part of the decision-making process. They want our attention. And so this is when we need to bring in the Padmasambhava qualities of very good communication and listening, really good Kalyana Mitra, evoke his ability to talk to the inner obstacles, which can sometimes feel a bit like wily imps and demons in us. So you can't force yourself, can you? You can't force these demons and imps to toe the line. And if you do it, you just end up with a headache, I think, and very stiff shoulders. Then you have to go to the osteopath and do a lot of yoga or something. You can't force yourself. You can only really seek to understand and bring metta and kindness into your being and sort of find out what's going on, I think. Chanting mantras is another way, actually. I think it channels the same thing. It's very, very powerful. So yeah, our demons want to be heard and integrated. And so if we can actually go through this process of noticing when we're getting this blocked, an obstacle type of thing in our practice, and then seeing what we can do about it with kindness. And yes, his mantra or his image can be a sort of catalyst to help us find our way, I think. Look into his eyes, chant his mantra. So this was Padmasambhava, the transformer. And I think through his deep interest in us and his love, he helps us to have a deep interest and love in ourselves, which is what we need. He helps us to find the depths we've lost and thereby helps unite the heights and the depths of our being. So, I was going to end with a poem as well. Bhante says it's almost like a meditation, or this poem. It's almost like a Padmasambhava sadhana practice. It's full of spirit. It's called Padmasambhava. Riding a tiger, the Guru came, smile fierce and friendly, eyes aflame. Riding a tiger from coast to coast, with his Vajra, he scattered the demon host. Guru, great Guru, dispel my sin, hurl back the demon hordes within. Transform them to powers that protect the right. Thou, the thousand-armed, thou, the infinite light. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dayanandi. What a really lovely talk. I love the way you combined the Guru's story as well as Bhante's story of him meeting the Guru for the first time. And also your relationship to Padmasambhava. Yeah, it was really lovely having that visual image of seeing him on the shrine, him looking at you. And yeah, because he appears in very mysterious ways, doesn't he, Padmasambhava? I'm sure some of you have got your own encounters with him as well, which feel very mysterious. Okay, so we're going to have a break now. So we'll come back here at 5:02. A silent break, if that is okay as well. Let's just kind of continue this opportunity for reflection. So enjoy. So, for this next section of the festival day, we're going to be sharing a few of the Guru's teachings. And we'll do that in a very particular way. So I will share a teaching with you, and then the opportunity is to sit in meditation and feel into that, kind of feel into anything that's resonating with you, any particular words maybe, any images or feelings that come up with the teaching. And then we'll do that twice, 2 different readings, and in between those readings there'll be an opportunity for you to share. I think probably in pairs actually, and if you're at home on YouTube, you might want to just continue to reflect in your own time. But if you do have someone you can share with, then we'll have some space for you to just share what came up in your reflection. And just to say, there is no right or wrong about this at all, that sometimes when we hear a teaching, it can meet something in us really deeply. Sometimes we can hear a teaching and it's a bit like, oh, yeah, that was kind of nice, and maybe not much happens, and that's okay. And the encouragement is just to share whatever happens in whatever way for you with somebody else. Okay. So the readings that we're going to share is from Dayanandi Teachings, which is a really beautiful book. So it contains lots of the Guru's teachings in here. And the 2 teachings we're going to read is in conversation with Yeshe Sogyo. And Yeshe Sogyo was one of Padmasambhava's disciples. And she is a Dakini. And she is also an enlightened being in her own right. And she's got a wonderful story, a real story of courage, actually, because she was a very beautiful princess. So you'd think, she's come from privilege, and yes, she did. But because she was very beautiful, people kept trying to marry her off all the time. And she just wanted to practice the Dharma. That's all she wanted to do. So her life is quite remarkable. And it's a really beautiful story about her relationship with the Guru as well. And she was responsible for capturing all his teachings and then hiding these teachings, and they call those termas, in different secret locations. So when the time is right for those teachings to be revealed, a tertum would find them. So so the dialogue is between the Guru and her. So they're not very long, these teachings. Like I said, just feel into it, just see if anything kind of moves you or speaks to you. So if you want to get yourself comfortable, the invitation is to create an opportunity for reflection. If it feels like reflection is better done lay down, then please do that as well. Just grab anything. If you need an extra cushion or a blanket, feel free to do that. So in terms of timings, let's see, it'd be about 10 minutes, something like that, for the reading, meditation, and then about 10 minutes to be able to just share with somebody else, and then we'll have a little pause, and then we'll do that again. Okay. So just take opportunity to bring awareness down into the body. Feeling the contact of the body with what you're sat on. Just is it possible to create a little more ease in the body? Maybe softening around the face, the jaw. Allowing the shoulders to drop down. Soft fingers, soft palms. Allowing the belly to be soft. The buttocks, the legs, the feet. So this teaching is called Taming One's Mind. Master Padma said, when practicing the Dharma, you must first tame your own mind. Yeshe Sogyo said, what does that mean? The Master said, you must extinguish the scorching flames of anger with the water of loving kindness. You must cross the river of desire on the bridge of powerful remedies. You must light the torch of discriminating knowledge in the darkness of stupidity. You must crumble the mountain of pride to the ground with the pestle of diligence. You must overcome the storm of envy by wearing the warm garment of patience. In any case, these 5 poisons, your old arch-enemies, will ruin your being in the 3 realms of samsara if you indulge in them. Do not let them run wild. There is a danger in that. Master Padma said, when practicing the Dharma, you must first tame your own mind. Yeshe Sogyo asked, what does that mean? The Master said, you must extinguish the scorching flames of anger with the water of loving kindness. You must cross the river of desire on the bridge of powerful remedies. You must light the torch of discriminating knowledge in the darkness of stupidity. You must crumble the mountain of pride to the ground with the pestle of diligence. You must overcome the storm of envy by wearing the warm garment of patience. In any case, these 5 poisons, your old arch-enemies, will ruin your being in the 3 realms of samsara if you indulge in them. Do not let them run wild. There is a danger in that. So now there's an opportunity to share with somebody next to you. You could go in pairs or in small groups for about 10 minutes. So I'll ring a bell at the end of the 10 minutes. If you're in pairs, maybe just make sure you both got a good amount of time each to be able to share. Like I said, there's no right or wrong, just whatever speaks to you, whatever moves you. And I say, people at home, the invitation is to continue with reflection. Oh, it's really nice. Very nice to hear. I heard about a conversation about an espresso, I'm sure then. I'm sure that's the gateway to enlightenment, I'm sure. Through coffee. Oh, great. Oh, it's really nice to hear lots of energy and conversation going on around your reflection. So we're going to do that again. There'll be a different reading. Again, just kind of coming into whatever speaks to you or doesn't. If there might be resistance as well, maybe to some words or something in there that you just think, yeah, I'm not really into this. I'm not really feeling this. Oh, yeah, the 5 again. Yes. Okay. Yes. So, let me go back. Okay. Yeah, so from taming one's mind, the 5 poisons are anger, desire, stupidity, pride, and envy. Plenty to go on with there. Yes. Yeah, you must light the torch of discriminating knowledge in the darkness of stupidity. So that'd be like ignorance. Another way of looking at that. You can, yes. Antidote to desire is you must cross the river of desire on the bridge of powerful remedies. Well, I think this is where the inner reflection work really, plays its part. Yeah. I suppose it's like, powerful remedies it's a very personal journey, isn't it? Really. We could have desire. I suppose desire is craving in many ways. We crave for lots of things. We have desire for lots of things. And for us as individuals, it's working out what are those remedies for us to quell those cravings. So I don't think there is one way, I'm afraid. It's you just got to put in the work. Reflected on impermanence. Yeah.
The thing you're desiring may not be satisfying. It won't be final.
Yeah. So we're just gonna get a microphone for benefit of people on YouTube.
It's on. I didn't want to do this.
Oh. You don't have to, sweet. There's no pressure.
So especially when you're going to quote Bantu, I mean, it's bound to go wrong because. So people in the room, please help me. So this is Tara Lochner for those on YouTube. So I think Bantu talks about refining those desires, doesn't he? Like turning towards sort of beauty, things like the arts, music, theatre, and it's kind of like, so if you try and quell or squash down the desire, it's only ever going to keep coming back and stronger. So it's about how do we direct them, direct that energy towards the beautiful and the Dharma, and yeah. So how did I do, Bantu and Dharma experts? Thank you.
Siva Bodhi.
Hi, it's Sila Bodhi. 6 inches. I would say also seeing the thing you desire as a very weak form of refuge. That it really will give you no lasting satisfaction, which may take a lot of the energy out of it, in fact. Or often happens, you still go ahead with the desire and then you're left with a sort of, that wasn't really worth it very much. And then from there you learn a bit more for the next time and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you. We've got karma. Hold on a sec. We'll pass on the mic.
Maybe I shouldn't share this karma for everyone that's on YouTube. So I've got this I shouldn't share this, it's terrible. So if I do like have the one square of chocolate and then I end up going back for the whole bar, by the end of the evening, I just say to myself, yeah, well, really enjoy it. And it's not working, is it? It's not the right thing to do. If you're going to break something, really, don't be guilty, really enjoy it. And just be kind and compassionate and start again the next day or the next time. Yeah.
Thank you. Amina. Oh, spontaneous sharing. That's great.
It's Amina for people on YouTube. Hi. We're kind of curious about the envy, patience, kind of that as an antidote, patience that didn't think it quite fit really. So wondered if anyone had any reflections on that as to why it's patience for envy.
Well, the way I thought about it was, say you're envious of others and the position they're in. If you show a little patience, good things might come your way. And rather than being worried about what other people are doing, just be patient. But maybe I've got the wrong idea, I don't know.
It's very good. Yeah, great.
I think what came to mind with me was the Vajra and how it pulls the poles together and sort of integrates us. Oh, and then it reminds me of the heart-mind, how we need to connect more our mind with our heart. And I think for me it comes back to our precepts, and it's stillness, simplicity, and contentment.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Effie.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody for sharing that. Yeah, that was really lovely. So we'll move into the next teaching from Master Padma. So if you want to settle yourself in. And maybe closing your eyes if that feels okay. Connecting, resting back again into the body. Feeling the support of the earth below. Maybe noticing there might be lots of chatter, maybe in your awareness, maybe moving around the thinking mind. Just noticing that. Just see, is it possible to loosen attachment to any particular dialogue? Draw up awareness into the body, into the heart, into the breath. In the Dharma, you must possess the 4 ways of farming. Yeshe Sogyo asked, what are they? The Master said, you must till the rugged soil of your mind with the solid faith of trust. You must apply the soft manure of changing your attitude with the practice of meditation. You must sow the good seeds of virtuous roots by embracing them with bodhicitta. You must completely destroy the 5 poisons and all discursive thinking by letting the ploughman of great diligence fasten the ploughshare of wisdom to the plough oxen of unified means and knowledge. If you do like that, it is impossible to avoid the sprouts of enlightenment growing into the fruition of Buddhahood. In any case, there are too many who cannot do the farming of liberation, while never feeling tired of worldly farming. Poor sentient beings. When practicing the Dharma, you must possess the 4 ways of farming. Yeshe Sogyo asked, "What are they?" The Master said, "You must till the rugged soil of your mind with the solid faith of trust. You must apply the soft manure of changing your attitude with the practice of meditation. You must sow the good seeds of virtuous roots by embracing them with bodhicitta. You must completely destroy the 5 poisons and all discursive thinking by letting the ploughman of great diligence fasten the ploughshare of wisdom to the plough oxen and of unified means and knowledge. If you do like that, it is impossible to avoid the sprouts of enlightenment growing into the fruition of Buddhahood. In any case, there are too many who cannot do the farming of liberation, while never feeling tired of worldly farming. Poor sentient beings." So opportunity again to share in your pairs or your little groups for another 10 minutes. I'll ring the bell when that 10 minutes is up. So let's come back together. Again, really good to hear lots of conversations. Sounds like the Guru's teachings are infiltrating mysterious places, which is good. So yeah, we were just having a conversation at the front before that actually, some of these teachings, are quite mysterious in lots of ways and slightly unfathomable. You really do have to sometimes sit with these, for quite a while. We haven't had much time at all to sit with some of these teachings, but when you sit with them and really reflect in your own experience, quite a lot will come up. So we're kind of touching into this now, and it sounds like, there's been some good conversations. So, there is an opportunity, just as we did before, really, if anybody wants to share anything that you exchanged, any discussion you had, you want to. Yeah, Mahabodhi.
Okay, all right. Thank you. What came to mind with the farming metaphor and the four whatevers was the questions of King Milinda. Nagasena has asked, well, what's the mark of mindfulness? And he says it sees what's light and what's dark, and it takes hold of the light and lets go of the dark. So it's a bit like the four foundations of mindfulness are like you take hold of what's skillful, and you let go of what's unskillful, and that's your farming basically. You kind of let the rubbish go to and you feed the good things. So, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, lovely. Anybody else? Abbas.
Okay, that's 16. Thank you. The language, the actual words, obviously from another time. We are in 21st century in Europe, so the language is, I think, is key to conjure up what we perceive by these words. I also like the instructive way that you must do this and you must do that to a novice who is already clueless about these things. The reassuring, instruction by the guru is interesting. And also this thing about pulling out, all the metaphor, like Mahabodhi said, they spoke like this, didn't they? Seeds, cultivation, attending to it, like a gardener. In our poetry, Persian poetry, is a lot of that. So it's a nice metaphor, but I feel that these words has to be translated to a present day kind of equivalent. To resonate with people. Thanks.
Thank you. Jayadi, over there.
Hi, it's Alicia. Oh, I sound really deep in here. We were talking as well, like Abbas was mentioning about the attending, and I think that the part that really struck me was about you can do all this and then you'll have sprouts of enlightenment, and just the effort involved just for those little sprouts to appear, and then after that there's you've got to protect those sprouts, and just imagining those sprouts growing in the middle of the city somewhere with anything and everything trampling all over it, and so then there's the effort to be able to protect them, and to not get distracted from that, and then again to then for that to be able to grow, for them to grow from sprouts into something bigger. And it felt like, oh wow, this is, a lot of effort is needed, and probably a lot of care and attention to cultivate that more, and the entirety of your being, as it were, the attention on those little sprouts to enable it to be protected and then to grow even further. Actually, that was just what I took from it, of we want to do all of this to get those sprouts, and then what's next after that.
Thanks, Alicia.
I don't know if it was Jay.
Thank you. Well, hi, I'm Maria. I'm just going to try and put that into the metaphors that you started with the flowers. It's just sometimes you just need to let things grow, which they would on their own, without your interference. And so it's more about removing what, would otherwise kind of forbid the flower from growing. It's not about like trying to make the flower grow. It can do that by itself. You're not there to do that. You're there to just remove everything that, and that means like your desires, that we've talked about before, like your desires, your envy and all that. It's not something that you can just say, oh, I'm going to stop having an attachment to this, because it's not something that is really in your power fully, right? What that is just like a symptom. It's showing you that there is something in you that has been unaddressed. There is like a wound from your childhood or something, And the point is that once you remove that, it's going to float away by itself. You cannot just sit there and be like, I'm going to remove this attachment. I'm going to like create this flower. You just have to address the root, and it just does it by itself. It's like a result of that. So it's just, in my mind, it's like directing the right energy at the right space, essentially, when you're farming, when you're being skillful, is the way you use your words. I don't know. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, thank you. And we got Jody as well over there.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep it short. I think the metaphor of the farmer and turning up the soil, I could see quite visually. It reminds me of the farmer in ourselves, that we can change, and we do that. The farmer can also be the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. And I think certainly the Sangha. We look at all aspects of ourselves, and we have this idea of the person that we are, but the Sangha actually helps us, our spiritual friends help us to see us as we really are. And in that way we can become better in ourselves, and moving and trusting in those spiritual friendships and with the Dharma. It was just that spoke quite strongly to me, just the visual thing of the farmer. But the farmer's also ourselves, because it starts with ourselves. We have to want to make that change as well.
Thank you, Effie. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. It's odd, isn't it? Closer? Further away. Okay, great. Yes, Jayadi speaking, just for those online. I quite like this analogy of the farmer, and when I was thinking about this the first line, and it's talking about trust, I was thinking, that's probably a translation of Shraddha or faith. And there's something about, my understanding of farmers is that farmers pass things down from generation to generation. So you have faith or trust in what you've learned from the people who you've learned from. And so I was thinking about this kind of fourfold expression, and it feeling like it's saying that we need to have trust and faith in what we've received from our teachers, and then engage through meditation and with a heart of longing towards enlightenment. And we need to keep on doing that, through repetitive practice and diligence in that last one. So I just really enjoyed that kind of framework, and thinking about lineage and receiving and passing on teachings, and that happens in farming and it happens in the Dharma.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Jody. Amina, last one. Yeah, thank you.
I had a bit of a visualization. It kind of leads on quite nicely from what other people were saying. So my background's in horticulture. So I was thinking about permaculture and permaculture theories, and I had this visualization of, you know, you get a plot of land, so an allotment patch, and it's covered in weeds and it's just wild. And you're like, oh my goodness, how am I going to deal with this? And so it takes a lot of work at first to get that foundation and get your ducks in a row. So I feel like, you know, that analogy of the start of your spiritual journey, and it can be quite messy, and then it's just a case, like everyone said, of tending without forcing, which is very much permaculture. You're allowing things to kind of grow, you know, like kind of as kind of gently as possible. With permaculture as well, you can have companion planting. So I was thinking of spiritual friendship, you know, the analogy of like, and sangha. So like obviously that helps to tend and cultivate, to have companion plants. And then a scarecrow, I was thinking of like, you know, scaring off kind of like unhelpful kind of habits or people maybe and influences. And just again that kind of just tending and it becoming hopefully easier and start to kind of look after itself as it does in permaculture. Things kind of work in harmony, but it takes that initial implementation of all these different influences that are going to help. I was saying about diseases and things, and why is that pest why does it keep reappearing? And some things within us, if you compare it across, take a bit more research. So it can't, you know, it's a cyclical thing that keeps popping up, and it may need for us to kind of look a bit more deeply into those parts. But yeah, it was definitely kind of it was very visual for me.
Great.
I had this like old plot going on, and I'll just add that there and pop something here, and a little bit of flood mitigation, and you know. But yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Amina. Wow, there's some really rich, kind of very visual imagery going on there. Yeah, thank you. The scarecrow, yeah. So that's great. Yeah, thank you all of you for contributing to this. And I think this. So I guess it's just pointing again to actually we can do practice on our own. We can take these teachings home and reflect, and that's very important. But actually then to come together in Sangha and discuss that, I just feel like I just know this text so much more now after everybody's shared. So this is Darky Teachings. I'll put it on the shrine. Oh, the same one. Yeah, they're both from here. Yeah. So I'll put it on there so you can have a look. A good plug there, Dayanandi said. Anybody? It's in the bookshop. I think it is. Yeah, it's a key text. Okay, everybody, so we're going to break for lunch now, and we'll come back together at 2:00 when we will have, I think we're going into the personal talks, aren't we then? Which is great. Okay, so it is a shared lunch, just to say. If you have brought anything, please share downstairs. If there's lots of local shops, obviously, you know, you could buy from, bring it back. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Lovely to see everyone back again for the second half of Padmasambhava Day, and welcoming anyone new to YouTube and also new to being here in the Shrine Room. I notice there's a few fresh faces, which is lovely to have you here. So so this morning we had a really rich morning. Lilasuri welcomed us, and she chanted the Padmasambhava invocation as part of the meditation that she led then, visualizing, bringing to mind Padmasambhava's form and his symbolism. A bit of a meditation. I gave a talk about, it was about Padmasambhava and transformation and compassion. And then we've had lunch, and now here we are this afternoon. Got a very rich afternoon ahead of us as well. So we have, as Lilasuri was bouncing up and down with excitement this morning, that we're going to have 3 personal talks straight after lunch, which is really lovely, and I always feel very grateful to people who are happy to share their personal experience in that way with us all. Susanna is sitting here. She's going to be our first speaker. I'll just say a little bit about the 3 talks. So they're all obviously an invitation to share something of your personal connection with Padmasambhava, and also on particular 3 aspects. So they've each been given a particular aspect of Padmasambhava's qualities. Susanna is going to talk about Padmasambhava in relation to his compassion and her connection there. Then we're having Sila Devi is going to come up. Where's Sila Devi? And she's going to talk about Padmasambhava in relation to devotion and ritual. And then we're going to finish off with Sila Bodhi giving us a flash. He says it may not even be 15 minutes of wisdom. So Padmasambhava and wisdom. So they've got 15 minutes each. So Susanna's asked for a bell halfway through, but I'll need to ring a bell after about 14 minutes for those who don't want one halfway through, just because we have a 108 mantras and a puja yet to build up to the crescendo of that at the end of the afternoon. So anyway, Susanna, it's really lovely to be welcoming Susanna. It's her first talk in the Buddhist Centre for us. I'm sure she's given talks and things and elsewhere, and she's very brave. And she's been a mitra around the centre quite a while, and it's been lovely watching her grow and sort of blossom over the years. I think here, I'm just really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Have you got a title for your?
I didn't, but I suppose I could give it the title Padmasambhava's Fierce Compassion.
That sounds good. It's going to be Padmasambhava's Fierce Compassion. Thank you, Susanna.
Hello. So Lilasuri asked me if I wanted to do a talk, and I was going off on my solitary retreat. I've just come back yesterday. So she asked me before, and I thought, well, okay, I've got a week, I suppose. I won't say no this time. And it is quite a time of change and uncertainty and hopefully transformation for me. So it feels like it's sort of the right time to do that. So a couple of things that happened recently, and some of you might know that I started a new career, and that hasn't gone so well so far. I've lost my first job not long ago, but I've had some time to digest it. So, and one of my biggest fears of my adult life really was to be without a job and an income. And now this sort of worst case scenario has actually happened. And there's the fear and the uncertainty of that. So I'm in my cremation ground now. But there's also a lot of feeling rejected, which is, that is like my oldest sort of pain, and I think I'll get back to that a bit later. The other thing is that I've been diagnosed with autism, so that's helped actually with self-compassion. I now have a bit of an understanding. I could, reframe my life experiences and had sort of names for certain problems, and sort of the central one at the moment is executive dysfunction, really. So everything sort of basic sort of cognitive skills that you kind of need in every job, and that I was sort of lacking, and despite all the support and sort of accommodations, I wasn't able to make it work. So that's where I've been for a while, because it was building up, and you're sort of doing what you can and working really hard and fighting against it, but sort of the inevitable thing happened. And sort of my aim for my solitary retreat was to reconnect with the Metta Bhavana, which is a practice I've been avoiding for years, really. Partly because I didn't have the concentration for it, so I wanted to focus on mindfulness of breathing. Then the phrases felt quite mechanical, and I was getting lost in stories when going through the different stages, and so it wasn't quite working for me. And I thought, okay, but I felt really, especially, and sort of getting into Padmasambhava, not going to be able to escape metta in the Buddhist life, and not going to be able to escape the Metta Bhavana. So that was a project for the retreat. And then also it was actually amazing. There was like a wood carving of Padmasambhava as well, where I was staying. So very sort of Padmasambhava themed, and so it feels right. And then it's only a short step from metta to compassion. And so although I've not practiced the Metta Bhavana much, so what has helped is sort of a lot, the understanding from the autism diagnosis, and over the years, metta from the Sangha. So I have developed, and things did stick, but I've mainly put it down to good Dharma talks and retreats and Sangha sort of having a positive influence on me, rather than meditation. It's sort of, that's where my doubts are as well, sort of, is this working at all? Can I get enlightened? Does meditation work? Does the Metta Bhavana work? I can't sort of feel any metta being generated. So yes, I find that it's easier to turn towards others' suffering than my own, because you obviously have that distance and you don't have the strong feelings. You don't have to deal with the same amount of strong feelings. So there's been how do I say this? So difficulty with self-compassion, partly due to sort of adverse childhood experiences, and love was had to be earned, by being obedient and performing, and and then also I think, I guess, how autistic people get treated. You know, that you're more likely to be excluded, and people don't immediately like you. You know, you might not make a good first impression on people. Yeah, and I feel like I'm feeling rejection, sort of, or perceived rejection very acutely. So there's a lot of that with this job loss, really painful. And you want to solve that because, yeah, it's just, and that's when I think, I sort of, you know, had the tendency of escaping from strong emotions. So it's difficult, you know, when people always say, oh, you have to sit with it. You don't want to. But yeah, sometimes I've managed to make that happen. Yeah, so in comes Padmasambhava with his red cloak of compassion to respond to the sufferings of the world. And he's a pretty cool guy as well. I mean, he's the rock star of Buddhism. So, yeah, always fancied him and his bones. Yes, the eyebrows as well. Yeah. I like that. I like the intensity. I've got sort of that intensity to myself as well. Yeah. So the suffering. So the demons symbolize this suffering, and yeah, sort of in reference. Oh, that's half. Oh my God. Right. So that's. I don't know if I want to get into my demons at all. There's enough time, so just to get quickly. I've got massive sort of anxiety demon. Then there's the stimulation-seeking demon, sort of taste, novelty. There's a shopping addiction that I can't sort of overcome. Real sort of boredom, the amount of time I spend on Facebook just scrolling. Strangely, I wasn't getting any of that on retreat. I wasn't solitary retreat. I wasn't bored for a minute. So there's something in my daily life where I'm just not getting what I need. And there's the biggest demon of them all is the not good enough demon. You know, feeling. And when I get sort of strong rejection, I just feel stupid and useless, and never. It's like that confirmation, never good enough. So that's like very powerful demon for me. And so Padmasambhava converts the demons to serve the Dharma, and he does that. He names the demon and pins it down. So in order to name something, we have to understand its true nature and significance. And so there's things that we don't know about ourselves or don't acknowledge about ourselves that we're blind to, and these sort of can then sabotage our efforts, and so it's like blocked energies that lead to unskillful behaviors, and these hidden energies are looking for attention though, and looking for an outlet, and just creating problems when they're not addressed and not having that attention. So the idea is that by naming, the object can't have the same power over you anymore. And so naming it to yourself and naming it to other people by confessing it. So, you know, you bring it to into awareness then, and then pinning down the demon. So that's about acceptance and taking responsibility, So you need to allow strong emotions. They might, signal an unmet need. And I think our instinct, definitely my instinct, was more to repress them. Well, they just come out. They do sort of come out plenty in tears, and then that's my way to release some of the energy. But it's not really transformed. That is sort of hard. So important thing is that Padmasambhava doesn't kill the demons. He comes with his fierce compassion to tame them, and he gives them whatever they need, out of his compassion. So he lets them drink out of his skull cup from the nectar until the sons and daughters of selfish desire are finally nourished. That's from one of the pujas in the Dayanandi book. So emotions are, finally recognized. And that is actually, naming, bringing something into awareness and the pinning down, I think giving the demon what it needs, that is the real sort of difficulty, because it can be quite subtle sometimes. So he gives them a new job to do. They become protectors of the Dharma, and so that's about harnessing those hidden energies and using them in a creative way, and that's about integrating all of our energies and channeling them to support the Dharma. And another way Padmasambhava has shown compassion is to hide these treasures for us to find, these teachings that is hidden, to revitalize the Dharma, and that's compassion for the future as well. So I think I'll conclude with a Rumi poem. We like a Rumi poem in Triratna. So it's called Guest House. This being human is a guest house. Every morning a new arrival. A joy, a depression, a meanness. Some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all. Even if they're a crowd of sorrows who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture, still treat each guest honorably. He may be clearing you out for some new delight. The dark thought, the shame, the malice, meet them at the door laughing and invite them in. Be grateful for whoever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. Maybe I'll do a bit of add-ons here. So I'm just wanting to advertise this amazing puja, Taming the Demons. So it's from the Dayanandi collected pujas.
On sale in the bookshop. Probably on sale in the bookshop.
On sale in the bookshop. So there's a good quote in there by Matching Labdrong, some Tibetan guy. Woman. Oh my God. Okay. Dakini, even better. So, as long as there is an ego, there are demons. When there is no more ego, there are no more demons either. Yeah. There's some great quotes in that puja.
Yeah, lovely as it would be to hear a lot more quotes. So just say that just a little bit more while I thank you, Susanna.
Is that okay for time?
Yep, well, you're perfect for time. You haven't stayed there, but yeah, I just wanted to really thank you for your, just your vivacity and your honesty, very, very much. And I loved when you really came alive when you talked about Padmasambhava and being the rock star, and how you loved his eyebrows. But you've also got a really strong working connection with him, I think. That sounds like the two of you together are working together to work with your demons, and that sounds very effective.
The thing is, on my last training for ordination retreat, I'm like, I'm ready to get married to Amoga Siddhi. He's definitely the guy for me. But I've been flirting on and off with Padmasambhava. Yeah, he just keeps coming in, but it's like it's the right time for him, and he says, I'm going to sort you out.
Yeah, well done, Susanna. And next lovely speaker is Sila Devi, who is just getting sorted.
Kind of short, so I need extra.
Yeah. Well, I'm very pleased to be introducing Sila Devi to you. Sila Devi is my community mate, along with four others at Jyotivana. In fact, we've got Lil Jayadea here as well in the corner there, another community mate in pink. Or is that red?
Red.
Sorry. Red. Yeah. So, Sila Devi is going to talk about ritual and devotion in relation to her relationship with Padmasambhava. I know Sila Devi, we know each other pretty well from our years in the community, and it's been lovely again seeing her initial relationship with Green Tara, but now developing into quite a strong connection with Padmasambhava, and bringing out different qualities as well. And she's I think she very much responds to ritual and devotion. She's Sila Devi. And so we'd be really interested to hear what she's got to say around this. She's just come back from a retreat focusing on Padmasambhava, in fact, so there'll be lots of Padmasambhava energy coming towards us, I think. So let's give her a round of applause. So get going.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Can you hear all right? Yeah. Great. So I have just got back from a week-long Padmasambhava retreat, so I feel a little bit outside of time and space. He's a mysterious figure, Padmasambhava. So we're going to start in time and space, but a different time and space. We're going to start early February this year, when myself and about 21 other people were on a pilgrimage in India. So we're going to start off in Sikkim, which is the northeast India, at the Pema Yangtze monastery. And this was a monastery founded in 1647, so quite a long time ago. And it's a Nyingma monastery, so it's of the tradition that Padmasambhava is like the kind of founder, the main focus person. So in this monastery, there's hundreds of years of devotion to Padmasambhava. So that's the kind of place. And then there's about 21 of us from different places, India, quite a few from Mexico, Spain, Belgium, UK, Ireland. So a group of us, we're all doing puja. So I think we did mainly the threefold puja, which some of you will be familiar with, but basically a short ritual, not particularly directed towards Padmasambhava, but a ritual we do quite often in Triratna. And you could just feel Padmasambhava was there. It was really, really visceral. And I think pretty much everyone I spoke to had that same feeling. So we're in this monastery, lots of, it's a Tibetan monastery, so there's lots of kind of pictures on the wall, there's lots of rupas, it's sort of, and yeah, it very much felt like Padmasambhava was there. And it was a bit like what Dayanandi evoked this morning as this sort of spiritual force or spiritual presence. Like, you know, I don't mean there was an actual person there, but there was, Padmasambhava was there in some mysterious way that's quite hard to capture fully in words. So I thought, in the absence of us all being able to go to this monastery right now, I'd just read a little bit. This is actually also from the Dhiramati puja book. Just a little bit about Padmasambhava to again bring him into the room. On the luminous surface of vision-producing light, Guru Rinpoche, inside a rainbow palace of lights, in the centre of multicoloured space, seated in the air on a radiant lotus throne, left leg raised, right leg stepping down, he sits in playful ease, dressed in robes of luminous light, holding the Vajra extended outward, skull up, resting in his lap, full of scintillating red nectar, with initiation vase and wish-fulfilling jewel, wearing the lotus hat, adorned with jewels of the 5 wisdoms, from its top a vulture's feather, below the sun and moon crescent, holding the katvanga or staff, the divine consort blazing with fire, adorned with 3 severed heads. His eyes look towards us, directly, unwavering, intent. He smiles. So, my connection with Padmasambhava, as Dayanandi said, it's been deepening over recent months, but it actually dates back to when I first started with Buddhism, which was about 20 or so years ago, because I went to a Tibetan group first before I came to Triratna, which had Padmasambhava as their central figure. One of the things that really struck me, even right at the start, was what just was mentioned in this quote, the gaze. Padmasambhava's got this very sort of direct, very sort of like, sort of clear gaze, basically. It sort of, to me, it feels like he just really sees things how they really are. That's my sense from the way his eyes are. It's like he just really sees everything. He sees the reality of how things are. So I've had this kind of ongoing connection with Padmasambhava for a long time, and I was on this retreat I've just come back on. I was reminded that often at the end of like retreats, if I was going home to some difficult circumstances, you know, I would call on Padmasambhava. I did that for years, you know, if I was coming back off retreat. But initially I found him a little bit intimidating as well. Like there's this sort of slightly, the famous semi-wrathful smile. Like I sort of couldn't help feeling a slight sense that he was kind of angry, even though I knew that wasn't the case, and I knew that he was actually love and compassion. There was this slight sort of sense of so for ages, although I sort of had this strong connection with him, there was this sort of, let's say, barrier. But that seems to have gone in the last sort of year or so. Who knows? These things are a bit mysterious, aren't they? But presumably there's something can change in me internally, which has meant that I don't find that sort of a barrier anymore. And one of the things I wanted to evoke a little bit in this talk, we've heard some very movingly from Susanna, and also I think Dayanandi evoked it a bit this morning, in the transformative aspect of Padmasambhava. And one aspect of Padmasambhava's transformation, his ability to transform, is he's kind of a magician. He's magic. He's got this magical quality. Or another way you can put it, if magic doesn't work for you, is he's very mysterious. He's there's a lot unknown, and I think it's he sort of represents that a bit as well, the kind of unknown, the depths, the sort of things that aren't so obvious. And I think for myself, certainly, that is part of what I connect with via ritual. When I do pujas, I do pujas to Padmasambhava. There's some nice ones in this book, and there are other ones. But also through mantra. So I wanted to say a little bit about mantra, because I guess most people will have done mantras. So, as probably you're all aware, when you do a mantra to a particular Buddha, when you chant their mantra, you, in a way, bring them into being. You call on that Buddha. But I think, even though I know that, it's quite useful for me as well, also to be reminded of that. It's like, oh, actually, yes, I'm bringing that Buddha. I'm bringing their qualities into being. You know, you can see that as an external thing. You can see that as more of an internal thing. I'm calling on their fearlessness, their confidence. For myself, or the internal, external thing is mysterious as well. So I think, well, for me, it tends to be Padmasambhava or Green Tara, but certainly one of those two. I would often chant their mantra if I'm experiencing a difficulty, or just experiencing quite a tough time. But also, I wanted to bring in prayer, which I think that is I thought, this is a bit kind of left field, but anyway, I decided I would do it anyway. Which prayer, in I guess you could say the Buddhist sense, or at least how I understand it, is slightly different from, like, you're not necessarily asking for like a house or like a, I don't know, whatever, some material thing. The way I sort of see it is, it's like I'm sort of like asking the Buddha, or in this case Padmasambhava, I'm asking him for help in a way. I'm reaching out to Padmasambhava. And in a way, prayer might have not good associations for some people, and in a way the word doesn't really quite capture what you're doing anyway, because it's sort of like the way I see it is sometimes in my life I have like habits, I have difficulties that I can't quite fix. I can't sort out in myself. I try different things. I try and talk to people about it. I try and like negotiate it all in my own mind, work it out, all that. And sometimes it doesn't. I just can't sort stuff out in myself. So then I look to Padmasambhava, or I look to Tara, and I kind of almost like offer that up to them. And then what happens next is quite mysterious, because although maybe nothing immediate happens, it's not like I necessarily, but something does happen. There's definitely an impact of that. So I think it's quite an it's like, yes, it's really important to work on our psychology, on our sort of internal things, but then we do have like the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They're there to help us do that, basically. So, and I guess I said sort of asking for help. It's like, it's not necessarily literally, but it can be just sort of, entrusting a difficult situation to Padmasambhava, and then just sort of leaving it with him. I mean, maybe I will then have to do something else about it, but it still makes a difference if it's not just all on me to sort it out, sort of thing. And I think I've not got loads more to say, but
I wanted to loop back to, which actually again Dayanandi evoked very beautifully this morning, was this sort of connection between Bhante Sangharachita, who, you know, most of you will be familiar with, and Padmasambhava, because somehow out of all the figures, all the kind of Buddhist sort of images we have, all the figures, Padmasambhava is the one who's most associated with Bhante, for me personally. It might not be the same. So, and there is a bit of magic and mystery there. And I started off with an image of India, so I wanted to finish with an image that's a bit closer to home, or a place a bit closer to home, which is Adhisthana, which is near the Malverns. So this was another time that I experienced something of that magic and mystery. This is at night. It's a fairly clear sky, so kind of fairly starry sky. There's not loads of artificial light around, so you can see the stars well. You can see the big trees sort of silhouetted against the sort of blue sky. And yeah, the sort of deep blue night sky. And then Bhante is buried at Adhisthana, so there's a burial mound for him there. And on the lead up to the burial mound, it's sort of like a pathway, you could say, with like plants and flowers on either side. And there's these like sort of lights all the way along the path, right up to the mound. So yeah, there's something about that sort of sacred space and the lights leading the way to the burial mound, to this special place, which for me definitely has that sense of mystery about it.
Yes, Sila Devi, you can stay there for a minute. Yeah, everyone wants to escape. I remember Sila Devi coming back from pilgrimage and, in fact, sending WhatsApp photos of groups of them with these enormous Padmasambhava group statues behind them, like 2 or 3 stories high, and such wonderful places that you visited.
We did. It was a real delight.
So Padmasambhava in his native land.
Yes.
But anyway, I want to thank you very much for your eloquent talk, and I was particularly struck. I was really pleased that you shared about praying, that aspect of asking for help, and because I guess those of us brought up Christian might wonder about prayer and what is the place for prayer in Buddhism. But I guess there is something, isn't there, about realizing we've done all we can with our minds and with our emotions and psychology, and actually there's a spiritual force for the good out there. Let's ask it to come down and give us a hand. And it is maybe just the very act of opening ourselves up really has an effect in some mysterious way, which I felt you brought the mystery of that in, and the humility to open up in that way, I think. Yeah. So thank you very much, Sila Devi. Yeah. So now we have Sila Bodhi. Me, come this way. Oh yeah, okay. Great pleasure to introduce to you the lovely Sila Bodhi, who are, until not long ago, was the chair of our Buddhist Centre. Many of you will have known him in that capacity, who was very stalwartly the chair all through the COVID period, which was very, very difficult. And sort of, he was right rock-like, sort of just keeping us going and encouraging us and doing what that he and the team could do for us. Anyway, so yes, Sila Bodhi very kindly agreed to give a personal talk on his theme is wisdom in relation to Padmasambhava, I think. I'm not quite sure how, we'll see what that's going to be. But I think of Sila Bodhi very much as he's a very keen meditator, and he's very much on the path to enlightenment. He sort of really puts his energy. I don't think he goes to IKEA very often, or I'm not sure about the wine, about the TV, but I haven't heard about it very much.
I'm sure I've got other vices.
So I think, and looking forward to hearing what he has to say anyway about this wisdom perspective with Padmasambhava. Thank you. Do you want me to give you about at 14?
Yeah, you can do.
If you get that far.
Won't last that long.
Okay.
So only yesterday I discovered that these talks will build as my relationship with the Guru. And I suddenly thought, oh, I'm not sure I have one. Though I have to say, it suddenly came back to mind, following on from some of what Sila Devi was saying really, that back in 2014, I think, I was in Bhutan, which is just next to Tibet, for those, or just above India, if you like. And Padmasambhava was definitely in Bhutan. It was continuous with Tibet in those days. And we descended deeply into a cave that he meditated in. And it was strange because, to begin with, I had the usual sort of, yeah, right. Of course he was here, not. And then, actually, the more I went in there, the more I thought, oh, this is strange. It had quite a strange feeling. And again, the whole structure above the whole temple, so to speak, had Padmasambhava images. It was quite a strong feeling, actually, just to feel that he could have been there. My relationship is really to the profound wisdom teachings he introduced to Tibet through transmission to his disciples, especially Yeshe Sogyal, who we've heard of. And, of course, the importance of his influence on Sangharakshita's own thinking, on transformation. But the teachings that mean most to me are best revealed by dwelling in non-conceptual awareness. That is free from analytical thought. So, luckily for all, that means necessarily a short talk. I'll start with a great quote, and I won't say anything about what it means. You can work it out for yourselves. My father is wisdom. My mother is emptiness. I am sustained by perplexity, and I am here to destroy grasping, hatred, and delusion. That's the great man himself. This is not passive stuff, and yet he gave important teachings on relaxation. These are deeply rooted in the practice of Dzogchen, the great perfection, and emphasize resting in the natural state of mind, free from grasping, effort, or conceptual elaboration. Relaxation in this context isn't just physical ease, but a gateway to profound spiritual insight. As an aside, you might ask, where does all this fit in with Triratna's system of practice? I think it's totally congruent with all elements of the 5 stages. So these practices bring in aspects of integration, positive emotion, receptivity, and most of all, spiritual death and spiritual rebirth, which are in many ways 2 sides of the same coin. Personally, my drive to free myself from the delusion inherent in not seeing of impermanence and not seeing no fixed essence leads all my practice. I have an enduring feeling that something is distorted in the way I and others see the world. In disconnection, isolation, and suffering, despite all the pleasant experiences and friendships that surround me. The very concept of me is, well, a concept, not found in direct experience. And this lies at the heart of the problem. So what's Padmasambhava pointing to in his and later gurus' teachings about relaxation? For that matter, what did one of Triratna's own senior teachers, Vasantra, mean when he said, all Buddhist practice is really relaxation? I can see how these words could lead one badly astray, but they seem to hit the nail on the head for me. The ultimate relaxation is resting in, to use a Tibetan word, rigpa, pure non-dual awareness. This is not trance or blankness, but a vivid, spacious clarity. And this relaxation is one of softening away from the painful delusion of separation from experience. Imagine the blue sky, luminous, deeply present, and yet completely ineffable, ungraspable. This is a wonderful metaphor for the nature of mind to which Padmasambhava alludes. Clouds of thought appear and disappear. Some are light and fluffy, others dark and heavy. There may even be violent storms with no blue sky visible at all. Yet anyone who's ever been in an aeroplane will know that the blue sky is still there, completely untouched and undisturbed by all that turbulence and obscuration. This is a very good model for the natural state of mind. The problem is that resting in one's true nature, free from dualistic delusion of a separate self as a subject, interacting with a world of objects, be they people or things, it's much harder to do than the sort of relaxation we're usually used to, like lying on the sofa doing Sudoku or watching Netflix. This is, despite the fact that Padmasambhava calls it effortless awareness. This is because it's not just a meditation technique. It's a radical shift in how we relate to our own mind. Effortless awareness is the natural, uncontrived state of consciousness that exists before thoughts, before judgments, or effort arise. But can we see the mind's true nature without trying to change, fix, or manipulate it, without trying to endlessly understand and explain it? I have been amazed over the years just how my mind continually does just that, both on a subtle and gross levels. What's more, it does it all the time. Indeed, my mind continually also produces complete worlds of future or past imaginings, and then seems to live in them, often with no sense of being present here and now at all. Though that can be an entertaining distraction, mostly I return feeling these temporal excursions into thought worlds were somehow pointless, unsatisfactory, and maybe a little sad. My key learning from the last 2 years of practice has been to really see the value of the non-conceptual space. I've always loved analytical thought, investigation, and clarification. But now I see that, although as Sangharakshita says we need to be clear about the Dharma first, after that, endless loops of critical arguing and discussion are just that, loops. Nothing is revealed about the real world of direct experience, of presence, of the world of which we are an integral part, an integral non-separate part. Nothing is reserved when we are lost in worlds of discursive thought. Too often I find myself abstracted from being seemingly intimate with experience by these all too believable thoughts. And when I now realize a glimpse of awakening is available right here and now. That realization is all very well, but recent experience shows how easy it is to feel dukkha in even the most beautiful settings. I have just come back from a holiday in Portugal, sitting by the river Douro in Porto on a lovely evening. I still had an uneasy feeling of, but what now? An identity searching for fulfillment, rather than knowing, at this time, this is all there is, complete, including the pleasant and the unpleasant together, Seeing this, separation dissolved again. But sadly, the restlessness of grasping didn't take long to re-arise. But the mind is a fountain of thoughts. It's not the thoughts that are a problem. It's our relationship to them where the dis-ease and isolation become so embedded. Padmasambhava teaches that all thoughts, whether pleasant or disturbing, are simply the display of the mind, made of the same awareness stuff as the mind itself. There's no need to suppress or chase thoughts. Instead, recognize their nature and let them dissolve naturally. He said, "Where the past has ceased and the future has not yet arisen, in the unimpeded state of present wakefulness, rest in the manner of mind looking into mind." The instruction is to rest in the awareness that knows experiences, not in the experiences themselves. So what's the point in all this? And what are the difficulties, and more to the point, the benefits? Unsatisfactoriness or suffering of the second arrow type, which is most of it, is a result of these discursive self-referential thoughts, portraying a very distorted version of what we are. And sadly, we believe them. Resisting them doesn't work, because, as we know, what resists persists. What we resist persists. We need to let thoughts be. As a modern Dharma teacher says, Angelo Dululo, everything in the universe just wants to be as it is. Difficult thought patterns are no different. Thus, practicing seeing the space between thoughts or relaxing into non-conceptual, alive presence allows us to begin to come into relationship with the true nature of mind. Into this space, we can question the false sense of fixed identity that cannot be found. Into this space, we can contact the intuitive sense that there is no meditator and no thing being meditated on, just pure awareness. Then, only occasionally in my experience, we can occupy that beautiful non-dual, fearless, open-hearted, totally connected, undivided presence, a hint of what we are so often missing. No wonder Buddhaghosa wrote in the Visuddhimagga, "The worldling is like a madman," because what is right in front of us so rarely can be seen. Padmasambhava is trying to show us this truth. So, let's follow Padmasambhava's advice and rest without effort, without grasping, and without fear of losing control.
Thank you, Sila Bodhi. Here I'm coming to this side.
Stay there.
Yeah, stay there. You're the best one so far in terms of staying put. That's because he's resting in awareness. It's a Buddhist joke. That was quite good, wasn't it? Maybe not. Okay. Thank you very much, Sila Bodhi. Felt like, in a way, we should have been meditating and sort of following the instruction. Because Padmasambhava does very much exemplify that quality of resting, sort of relaxing and resting at ease. His posture is often sort of not a full lotus, but he's sort of just quite resting at ease, and he's got his eyes open, and he's just sort of being natural in himself, isn't he? But and obviously deeply connected between the heights and the depths. So there's that openness. It's hard to say anything actually about what you said.
No, indeed.
But it's certainly felt like it's very much in tune with the theme of the day, actually, and this wisdom aspect of Padmasambhava. So thank you, Sila Bodhi. I haven't got my watch. We've got 10 minutes silent leg stretch. now. I've taken my watch off, so here's the clock. It says 15:03 here. Should we say 3:15? 3:15 to come back for 108 Padmasambhava mantras, in which we should definitely sit at ease, and then the puja. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Thank you again, all three of our lovely speakers for your. Thank you. It's very generous. I think it's very generous, isn't it, to share oneself personally in that way. So.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. So I'm going to say I'm very excited about this bit. I've been very excited about a lot of things of the festival day, but what we're going to do in this section is chant the Padmasambhava mantra 108 times. So I'm very excited about this because it's something I haven't done very often. And there's something very transformative about chanting a mantra over a particular period of time. So I've estimated it's like 20 minutes, 25 minutes maybe, I don't know. But it is, we are chanting in a meditative kind of process. So we are making contact with what's happening within our experience. So within our body, our emotions, our mental states. And just tuning into that. So it could be when we start, you're thinking, oh, yeah, I quite like this. This is pretty good. And then maybe after 10 minutes, you might think, oh my goodness, how long is this going on for? This is going on forever. I'm getting really bored now. Is it nearly over? Is something supposed to happen and I don't get it? But just kind of watching all those mental states that come in, those thoughts that could come in. Because this is, it's a practice of meditation, but it's also a practice of devotion. As Sila Devi has said already, that actually we are kind of bringing, in a really embodied, heart-based way, the guru. So it's an act of devotion and an act of meditation and an act of reflection as well. So there's quite a lot going on. So feel your way into it. Find a posture that feels comfortable. Please move as well. If you feel like actually this feels like it's just, I'm sitting still, rigid too long, please just move, because this is supposed to be enjoyable as well. And I was just asking Dayanandi before about whether she knew the exact reason why we do 108 mantras. Because I'd read lots of different things. And she said that Bhante said that he'd asked a Tibetan teacher, and he said, well, you need to do at least 100. So you do 108, just in case you really, mess up or forget. So at least you've got a few more. You're definitely going to do 100. So I thought, that sounds pretty good to me. Let's go with that. And then after we've done the mantra, we'll just have a little pause, and then we'll go straight into the puja. So again, after the pause, after the mantra, if you just want to stand up and stretch your legs, please do. And then we'll start the puja. So I just want to say, first of all, thank you ever so much to Simon and Effie, who are going to be leading this section. So Simon has got a very deep devotional practice to the Guru Padmasambhava. He's even made electronic music with the Padmasambhava mantra as very much part of that music. So he has a very creative kind of way into expressing his love and devotion of the Guru. So it just feels very fitting that, he's able to do that in this kind of way as well here. And then we've got Effie, who's on the drums. So Effie's been practicing the drums for only 1 month. And when we found out that she was starting to play the drums, and I found that out at the Women's Weekend the other week, I was like, well, of course Effie should be here, and because she does have a connection with the Guru, so it's just, So thank you both of you. I'll hand over.
Hello. So we're just going to kind of keep it one tone. It's not going to be a harmony fest, because, it's tempting, but often that's the mind looking for novelty to try and go, oh, maybe I can pick this, or maybe you can fit that. We're just going to stay in one kind of, so find your spot and stay there. After 108, I'll give this a little ring, and then we'll just kind of wind it down for a few after that. As opposed to you'd have to stop immediately. That's it. Easy peasy. So after a couple, join in, and yeah. I didn't ring it, so I will ring it at the end. Yes. But I will make sure I ring it loud. Yeah. Okay. So just get yourselves comfortable. Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om 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 Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi. Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum. 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 Om Ahum Vajraguru Vajraguru Padma Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum 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 Siddhi Hum. Om Ahum Vajraguru Padma 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 Siddhi Hum.
going to move into the puja. And this is a puja entitled Request to Guru Padmasambhava. And this was... no, it's by Vasantra. It wasn't the Dhiramatu boys, but very good pujas in there as well. So we'll do this puja in call and response. We're going to have a mantra led by Alicia. So after the word stable as the double Vajra, no? Oh, sorry. I've got it written down as well. This is what happens when you do a mantra 108 times. I don't even know who I am. Where I am, what am I doing? Start again. This is going to do with the poem. After the end of the third section, after may I fulfill the 6 perfections. And let's see, and Sarah's going to do the mantra. After the end of the second section, after stable as a double Vajra. Fantastic. Okay then. And we're going to have some drumming as well from Effie. So thank you for having that in the mantra and continuing to offer that. Yeah, so let's just take a moment to just come back to ourselves. I'm saying this to myself as well. Maybe just tuning into anything that you can feel into after the mantra. Also bringing awareness to the Guru Padmasambhava, connecting into devotion. Knowing that He's here with us today on this festival day. First part of the puja, requesting the Guru for attainments. Precious Guru, Vajra Lord, just as you refused to bow down to the King of Tibet, so may I never bow down to the powers of mundane life. Just as you proclaimed your Dharma lineage, so may I proclaim myself a son or daughter of the Buddhists. Precious Guru, Vajra Lord, just as you lived fearless in the cremation ground, you're back to the stupa feasting with the Dakinis. So may I live fearless facing life and death. Supported by the Dharma, offering sustenance to all beings. Precious Guru, Vajra Lord, just as you manifested 8 great forms, peaceful and wrathful from the magic of the mind, so may I manifest endless ways of being. Loving and tender, helpful and supportive. Courageous and energetic, wise and decisive. to guide all I meet to your state of freedom. Requesting the Guru to activate the mantra. Precious Guru Vajralord, with Om, Ah and Hung, may my body, speech and mind become one with the Dharma. With Vajra, may I become a champion of the truth. A fearless warrior without weapons, taking the offensive. Against the forces of darkness, hatred and cruelty. With Guru, may I become a sovereign of the mandala. Bringing harmony, stability and blessing to the world. With Padma, may the lotus of my heart open completely. Radiating love to all that lives. With Siddhi, may I experience the magical power of the mind. And may I wield that power to create a pure land. With Hung, may these four aspects form a harmonious mandala stable as a double Vajra.
Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. 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 Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong.
Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Padma Siddhi Hong. Requesting the Guru to remove obstacles to the Bodhisattva path. Lotus King, born from Amitabha's heart. Appearing in this world out of great love and great compassion. By all the truth of the Dharma. By all the power of enlightenment. I solemnly request. May you here and now remove all obstacles. To the bodhicitta arising in my heart. May you here and now remove all obstacles. To the bodhicitta arising in my heart. May you here and now remove all obstacles. To the bodhicitta arising in my heart. May you relax the tightness that holds me back from giving. May you relax the tightness that holds me back from giving. May you defeat the recklessness. May you defeat the recklessness of ignoring that actions have consequences. Of ignoring that actions have consequences. May you quieten the restlessness. May you quieten the restlessness that makes me impatient with present experience. May you overcome the laziness and fear. That prevents me making effort on the path. May you dissolve the habitual tendencies. That keep my mind circling, never settled to meditation. May you eradicate the ignorance. Of turning a blind eye to experience. That stops me discovering blissful wisdom. May I fulfill the 6 perfections. May I fulfill the 6 perfections.
Padmasambhava. Riding a tiger, the Guru came. Smile fierce and friendly, eyes aflame. Riding a tiger from coast to coast. With his Vajra he scattered the demon host. Guru, great Guru, dispel my sin. Hurl back the demon hordes within. Transform them to powers that protect the right. Thou, the 1,000-armed, thou, the infinite light.
Requesting the Guru to free us from ignorance. Precious Guru, unsurpassed magician of the sublime Dharma, break the spell that forces me to wander lost. In the enchanted forests of samsara. Break the spell that compels me. To see boundaries and barriers. In the limitless space of mind. Break the spell that drives me. to grasp at the empty mirage of the mind's display. Break the spell that binds me to endless suffering when the mind is by nature blissful. Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasiri Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasiri Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Homma Om Ahong Vajra Guru Pema tu trends thou Vajra Samaya Jasidi Phala Getting a thumbs up at the back. Very good. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today on Padmasambhava Day Festival. I feel really moved actually seeing all your faces smiling back, and thank you in sharing your love, your compassion, your devotion, your presence, your wisdom, your awareness, everything. Thank you ever so much. Everybody here, everybody at home as well. As I said, we're not quite sure who's there, but I'm sure there's someone out there. So thank you for joining us. A special big thank you to the tech team, Mohsin and Pekshpriya. Thank you ever so much. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you to our speakers as well. Susanna. Yeah. And Siwa Bodhi and Siwa Davy, who aren't here, but we'll give them a round of applause anyway. And then thank you to the contributions for the puja, Sarah and Alicia. Thank you ever so much. Simon and Effie for the very long mantra on the drumming. That's wonderful. Thank you. The festivals team as well, who helped with the tea and everything else. Thank you to them. Shraddha Vijaya. And a big thank you to Dayanandi. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay. Well, I don't know. I said Simon. You can say it again now. Yay! Okay.
The shrine was, Lilasuri and I made the shrine.
Yes.
The tools team set the room up.
They did, yes. Thank you to the tools team. So go well, everybody. Yeah, it was really nice to spend the day with you. We are finished a little bit earlier as well, which is kind of quite nice on a Sunday, I think. So yes, so thank you and go well and see you soon. I think if we put everything back,